establish quorum. 1, routine matters. A, call meeting to order and verify quorum present through roll call. Can we turn that down a little bit? There's an echo.
Is it echoing?
Yeah, there was an echo.
Jared, are we good?
Okay. Board Member Montoya?
Present.
Board Member Aspis? Secretary So?
Present?
Vice President Wells? And I'm present, so we have quorum 3. B, pledge allegiance. We could all rise. Oh, that's right. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Letter C, prayer. Mr. Carlson, can you honor us with a prayer? Oh, we already did? Okay.
the meal.
Okay, we already had a prayer. So we're skipping on to D, welcome guests. Everybody who's here, thank you for everybody for attending. I'm glad we're able to come back out into the community to Naschitti. So we haven't been out here since pre-pandemic, and that was a change that we pushed for. So thank you to everybody who's here, who's in attendance. I don't know, are there any chapter officials here? Any other elected officials? Okay, thank you. And letter E, presentation approval of agenda. You all have your agenda?
Madam Chair, with that, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis? Not present. Secretary So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Wells is not here. Is he online? Okay, Vice President Wells, how do you vote? You might be muted. Did he give you a thumbs up? No? Okay, and I vote yes. So we will wait to see if Vice President Wells will connect, but we will move forward. 2, consent agenda, review consent items. You want me to read the whole thing?
No.
Okay. Letter A, approve minutes from August 14, 2025, special school board work session.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to approve all the items that are listed on the consent agenda, which is items A through H.
Second.
Okay. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Vice President Wells, are you able to vote? Nothing? Can he just give a thumbs up or something? Okay, we still haven't connected with Board Member Wells yet, but I vote yes. So, on to item number 3. Possible questions from board on consent agenda items and/or discussion of items pulled from consent agenda? No?
No.
Okay.
I have none.
Okay. Moving on to number 4, action on consent agenda. There's none. 5, student, staff, and community recognition. A, Newcomb Rugby competes at national. Yay.
Check 1, 2. Is our rugby team here? Could you guys stand up for me, please? Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I brought our rugby team here. First of all, don't push their buttons, all right? They are fully equipped to do what they do. But we wanted to bring the rugby team out. If everyone's not aware, Newcomb High School has started a rugby team this year and has made history by traveling to Salt Lake City to participate in a national competition in representing the only team representing the Navajo Nation at this event. So congratulations to you guys. Madam President, members of the board, that concludes the rugby team. I believe Coach Chi might be here, and of course you might have some rugby players that if you allow them a few quotes.
If you would like to come up and say something, that's amazing.
First of all, I just want to thank everybody for having us tonight, especially the school board. Thank you again. And thank you, Mr. Noble, for emailing me and letting us get this opportunity. Yeah, and this is our first, going into our second season. Where we were started in the springtime, and we competed in the New Mexico Youth Rugby Organization League under 16 division. And all our students that came out this year were all freshman students and one 8th grader. And then this following year, they're going to be in the U16 division again. And they're all sophomores this year and one 9th grader. And we're looking to add more players to the team this year.
That's great. That's
And
great.
I'd like to give a big shout out to the parents also that really made this happen, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to travel and, the boys have this experience and have fun.
That's great.
And some big news that we have coming up in the springtime is I want to take them to another big tournament in Florida, and that'll be in April. So we're going to be doing a lot of fundraising coming up to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. I saw that today. I saw the news, so that's a lot to be proud of. For you students and parents, you guys are doing amazing. It's awesome that you brought that to Newcomb.
Yeah.
I mean, to Central and to Newcomb. I saw that, so it's great. Board members, any comments?
I first heard about this on Monday, and I was just thoroughly impressed with what these young men, if I'm not mistaken, was there a young lady on there too as well, or is it all boys?
Just all boys.
Okay, young men have been doing and accomplished. It's pretty impressive. It's one thing to play football. You have pads.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother world to run around out there with nothing but you and that ball in your body.
Yeah.
And that's really impressive. And the fact that these young men have decided to take that challenge on is really impressive, even more so because it's totally new to them and their experience. So I just applaud all of you for doing what you're doing and keep up the good work, because it really does help to build character in them. So congratulations to all of you.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations and thank you to all the persons that are a part of this, yourselves, your parents, and of course the whole community. How I actually found out about what was going on with is, I think a person I know, she was with the chapter. She said the rugby team is at the chapter asking for help. I'm like, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
It should be good. So in that respect, it seems like your team has really brought a lot of people together, people from the community, to be involved, to be a part of something this important. And I just want to say thank you from us, from the board, and anything that we can do to continue to help support programs like this, because it helps support a lot of our schools and it makes school a place to be. Again, thank you and good luck to you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. We really appreciate it. You just don't even know, like, from the board, this is some of the, this is why we're here. It's because, you students, the students take it upon themselves, the parents help advocate for their kids and create programs like this. So that's why we're here. We want to support that, and we want all our kids to be successful. And one of this program in particular is something that's new that you really don't hear about. So it's innovative. It's something that's just mind-blowing for me, because you just don't hear about rugby out here.
Yeah.
And I saw the pictures when everybody was competing in Salt Lake, and it was just, it's great. It's heartwarming to have a story about it, so.
Awesome.
But thank you, everybody.
Could I add one more
ahead.
thing? I just thought about it when you were talking about, and this kind of made me think about when I was in junior high at TBA, or even at Mesa. We'd play football, no helmets, no pads during lunchtime, before school, after school, and that's really all you guys are doing. But it's in organized fashion, and it just really inspired me to think about what I did as a young boy. And we would constantly do that all the way through elementary school and junior high. We weren't playing rugby, we didn't know what it was, but that's basically what it was. So again, congratulations to you all for doing it organized and doing as well as you are, and keep up the good work.
Nice.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anybody else want to step up?
Anybody else?
Okay.
Thank
All
you
right,
again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, next item is B, recognition of Tawny Plutero accepted to Dartmouth College Indigenous Fly-In Program.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Tawny Plutero is on travel to a volleyball game today in Santa Fe, but her parents, I believe, are here in the crowd. Could they stand up for us, please? Yes. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, this is just a prestigious accomplishment for Tawny Plutero. Her parents took the initiative in July to take her out to Socorro for, I'm not too sure if it was like a PD or just an event for her to maybe tour the Socorro college campus there. She ran into somebody and told her about this Indigenous Fly-In program to Dartmouth, and so she absolutely hopped on board, took the initiative, and she was just recently awarded. She received an email in her classroom saying that she was accepted, and I talked to her a little bit. She said that she screamed on the top of her lungs in class when she heard the news, and everyone was like, "Why are you yelling right now in the classroom?" But that's when she knew she was accepted. So we've coordinated with her parents, and we're hoping to continue to highlight her achievement. And I'm not too sure. Do we know when she's traveling to Dartmouth? October 5th, 10th through the 15th. Okay, October 10th through the 15th, she will be traveling to Dartmouth. So just wanted to, again, highlight, there's a picture of her right there. So congratulations to her and her team, and of course, parents. It wouldn't happen without you to take her to that opportunity. And she's, from my understanding, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, that she is trying to be a valedictorian for her upcoming graduation in 2016. So, but she's, I have a quote from her on just this program to where she's, if I can find it here. Oh, it would mean a lot, and I would think that it would look good on my college application. Kids like me from rural areas could have this opportunity too. So she's also thinking about other peers and probably even students here in Naschitti, right, and Newcomb Elementary, that she's just that even her peers in her classroom can have any opportunities like this to go out and experience new places like this. So, Madam President, that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the board?
To the parents, it looks like you did a wonderful job, so congratulations.
The alum.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to the parents, to the family, and of course to your daughter to be part of such a program. I was actually part of this program way back in 1995, 1996. I'm a alumnus of Dartmouth College. It's a great school, great campus. She'll love it if she goes there. And yeah, all the best to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. And Jonah?
It's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, it really starts from the home. So whatever the parents, you both have been doing, this is your success too. What you do in the home, how you plant the seeds of the importance for education, how you instill the discipline to strive to achieve, to become, or to make the goals to be valedictorian, to do these programs. It starts from the home, so it's huge thanks to you that your daughter's doing this, and a huge accomplishment on her behalf too. So thank you. Vice President Wells, are you able to connect? Would you like to say something? Is he online? Nothing?
We're trying, but
Okay.
he's signed in, but I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll move on. Thank you. Okay, next item is C, Tebeda Middle School launches Writing for Focus.
So we're going up north a little bit in Shiprock. We just wanted to highlight this a little bit. Civitas Middle School launched their Writing for Focus program, bringing 35 bikes to their middle school. Board member Matoya was able to witness this experience, but we've also, the middle school took the initiative to bring the Stallion bike from Gallup over to help maintenance these bikes. They were brand new, so they weren't put together. So this crew came out and even taught our students how to put these bikes together, maintenance them, what the care and maintenance needs are for these bikes. Miss Charlie, I know that she's on. Are you able to unmute yourself and maybe talk a little bit about this program?
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Miss Charlie. Yes, this is an amazing program for the students. They get to learn bike safety. On top of that, on top of bike safety, they'll also learn the roads, like how to be safe on the roads while they're out riding on their bike. But it is it's kind of like a 12 lesson curriculum that we were provided with, along with the 35 bikes and helmets. And so at the end of the program, the students will receive a certificate stating that they are road safety.
Okay,
Yep.
great. That's great. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, just to point out, the students that were there during the time that I went through there were really engaged and asking a lot of questions. And it was nice to be able to see them actually give a hand in putting those bikes together and then being able to get on them and ride them. And they're not cheap bikes. They're pretty impressive. So to them, that it's they've developed a curriculum out of it, and just the fact that even if you look at it southwest of TBA, all the riding opportunities that they have out towards the rock is just wonderful. So it was a really good job. Thank you.
Was that Ms. Aspis?
Back there. Oh, she walked in.
It's, oh, that's Mary. I saw her. Board Member Wells, do you want to add anything? Do you have anything to add?
Yes, it sounds like a good program. I'm glad the kids are participating and taking advantage of it.
Board Member So, do you have anything to add?
As I stated before, anything that are district-handed or support programs like these that bring students together to be involved, engaged at school, I think we definitely should be supporting these types of programs. And just looking forward to some of the stuff, like great things that come out of Civitas and this program. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur. Go ahead.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So they put the bikes together, right? This is the first week they were able to ride the bike. So they've been training and working around the track. Also during that time, we had KOB4 do a story, and hopefully she's a little busy, the reporter that came out. So hopefully by next week, we might see a story come out. Tri-City Record has put out a story already published it on Monday. So just with that, board member, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, that would conclude this presentation.
Great, great. That's wonderful. Good job. We'll move on to number 6, comments from the audience. A, comments? Okay. You want to keep time?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so from here, I'll just read, or here. Okay. In order to recognize staff or community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask, which is filled out this card, please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. The board requests your cooperation in resolving issues or concerns by asking you to follow the chain of command and consult with the appropriate school district personnel prior to discussing the issue with the board. Doing so will usually result in a more timely solution. Public comments and observations regarding non-agenda items that fall within the responsibility of the board may be heard at this time. Although board members may provide a short response, the board is not able to discuss matters not listed on the agenda. Comments regarding matters under litigation will not be allowed. We are interested in your comments and concerns. Thank you. Mr. Leland Vicente? And no names, just very general, no names of people or anything. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes is going to go by real quick. My name is Leland Vicente, and I'm here to report some concerns that I have in terms of trying to come to the school district. I initially applied for the community school facilitator position. It was listed as for Naschitti. And then later on, when I checked the site, it had Naschitti and Newcomb. And then when I called HR, they ended up telling me, oh, we changed the position. Okay, so what does that mean? Does my application get forwarded? No, if you want to be considered for that, you got to redo an application. Okay, so how am I supposed to know that? Was there somebody who was supposed to contact me? Because I haven't received anything. They said, no, it's just that if you want to do that, then you do that on your own, which I disagree with. I think that HR should notify if there is a change like that. So I did that again. And then I checked the site a week or so later. Then it's listed now, Naschitti, Newcomb, Eva B. Stokely. Okay, no outreach, nothing, no notification given to me again. So then I asked about it. Oh yeah, so if you want to do that, you got to reapply again. So at this point, I just took, okay, I don't think I don't think my calling is there if I'm having to ask these questions and then, I can't read the mind for HR. So then I interviewed for the school social worker position and I was offered it, but at the same time, just trying to do that, I felt like myself and my wife, who also is a Navajo language teacher, had also applied with the school district for different positions. And one of the things that we found out that was lacking was the employment verification. We thought HR was doing that, but we were told that was our responsibility. So we ended up having to do that, and I kind of felt that was kind of, pardon my words, kind of stupid, thinking that I thought that was HR's job to do that. So it felt like I was doing HR's work, is how I seriously felt. And when things were being submitted back, trying to make contact, where are things at, that communication, I think at some point HR is kind of tired of me calling and maybe emailing. So I just said, okay, well, I'll just see what happens. Now, in terms of salary, it seems like what I was told for the social work position is that I was told that because your work experience from other schools isn't worded as social worker, that experience doesn't count. So basically, I'm back at the beginning of the pay scale. And I have a master's at a social work degree at a master's level. And to be told that and not count the 10 plus years of experience I have, that didn't sit well with me. And so I just kind of was wondering about that. And the same thing also my wife had to experience. One was she did apply for the Navajo language facilitator or instructional coach or something like some type of position like that. She didn't get that, but what didn't sit well with us is one of the department person reached out to her in the evening after 7:30 and just kind of started randomly texting her about her not getting the job and that kind of thing like that. And my wife kind of felt like, am I being mocked because I didn't get hired or what? This isn't very professional. So we did go in and make a complaint with HR. They said they were going to look into it. And then my wife applied for Navajo language position again here at this school. But again, she was told that everything that she's done prior years as a Navajo language teacher, basically she's going to go back to the beginning at the base of the salary again. So we're sitting there like, so basically what CCSD advertises as competitive salary, that's not the case here. That's not what we're seeing. So is there possible false advertisement that's going out there, but when you actually apply for it, it's different. So I'm a community member here. We moved back here, and I think we can, I'm not saying we're the best at what we're doing, but I think our qualifications does say that we can do the job. It's just this process is very tiring to where now I haven't heard back from HR. When you call, someone will call you back, but that's it. Okay. So that's why I'm here to kind of maybe mention and I'm not employed with the school, so I can't say, as far as chain of command, I think I've been doing that with HR, but at this point, nothing. Okay. So that's why I wanted to make the call to public.
Okay, I appreciate your comment. Thank you. Thank you. Any others? Okay, thank you. Moving on to number 7, reports from the board and superintendent. A, reports from the board members.
I have no reports.
Go ahead.
So last, excuse me, last week I attended ASBO, and a lot of good information came from there, and but I think the main point was was seeing one of the LESC committee members, legislative education study committee, and they're the ones that decide on the education of New Mexico. And but it was good to talk with somebody firsthand, face to face, and just let them know that we still are in crisis mode here, and we're talking about jobs, and that's a big thing. I wanted to tell the gentleman that it's not going to go unheard. But the only person that we have anything to say over is our superintendent, and that's why we can't express anything now. And so just to let you know how what we're tied to as well. And but we do realize that CCSD is a large employer, and especially on the reservation, and we do want it local. I think that's been the board's shared vision, and is that we do want it local, and because and then our bilingual, it keeps coming up. Yazi Martinez, it keeps coming up bilingual, even at ASBO, and I brag. We're the district that's ahead, and has taken those reins on our own, without any type of template or guidance from PED. And with that, though, we are asking more leniency on bilingual teachers because it makes no sense that, you know, you have a bilingual teacher that comes in. I can't remember her name, Vida. She comes in, she's teaching bilingual, but how did she learn? She learned through grandma, her parents. They didn't have no certification. They didn't have to comply to PED. So it makes no sense when those are that stringent. So, you know, I just wanted to share that with you. And, you know, as we attend conferences, you know, we that's always in our thoughts is how we can best use our money, how to gain more money, and how to keep our employees. But with the shuttering of San Juan Generating, it really, and then COVID, you know, it really made a large impact on a lot of what we do as a board, and I think a lot of that's not communicated. And I'm really glad that we went back to our old schedule and coming out. You know, we encourage people to, we're on YouTube, we come out to the meetings to see what we're doing and what your students are doing, and you know, so this is really, really good. I mean, I like the fact that we have this many people here. Thank you.
Any other comments? Or any other updates? Reports?
Yes, I did attend the LESC down in Gallup and listened to that presentation that was given. And I too also cornered I cornered the chair and brought up some issues and concerns pertinent to the school district and to Ms. Sapsis's point, stressing local control. Because I think, again, that our district administrators and especially the educators know how to educate our students. And I made the point of saying there's a difference between the Northeast Heights of Albuquerque and Naschitti or Newcomb. And that has to be taken into consideration, and isn't, because more often than not, it's a one-size-fit-all that comes down from the PED. The second thing is next Wednesday, I'll be attending the New Mexico School Board Association's legislative session. We will be deciding on what legislative bills we will be supporting as an organization, and hopefully be able to support those that truly are engaging all of the school districts and provide support for all of our students as well. So, thank you.
Any other reports? Okay. How many, raise your hand if you know what Yazi Martinez is. Okay. You want to do a quick, just tell them what Yazi Martinez is, the court case. Since you do the spiel all the time, go ahead.
I do. All right. In short, Yazi Martinez is one of a landmark case dealing with educational equity in the state of New Mexico, where you had two students from families from different parts of the state that challenged the state's funding scheme when it comes to education, and basically said that the state is doing a very bad job and actually violating the state constitution when it comes to providing a high quality education for all students, especially students that come from rural communities such as our community, our district, and required the state to take some strong action to correct a lot of these measures, such as increasing funding, having different measures for accountability and so forth. But it's a landmark decision that actually is holding the state accountable for a lot of the inequity that has happened. But it also shows that there's still a lot more work that has to be done along the way.
So it recognizes that our students need language and culture, that it has to be offered, that our kids need different things for our kids to thrive. And so for kids in Albuquerque, one of the plaintiffs was in Albuquerque and the other student was from Gallup. So we as a school district looked at our students, all of the students here, and what the communities they come from. And we have our own equity. We have our equity council comprised of students. The students are the voice for the equity council. And at the school board level, we formed the ICO, what is it? That, I still am, yeah, intercultural community outreach. So this department that we formed back in 2020, was it 2020,
Yeah,
21,
2020.
was so that we can meet those needs. And as Ms. Aspis stated, we are ahead of the state in regards to how we're trying to meet all the students' needs, whether from homelessness to language culture, to providing those options for the students so that we are not leaving and trying not to leave any student out by themselves. So that's one of the big push as a board that we made the commitment so that we do better than the state, that we address these issues. So it's, when we talk about Yazi Martinez, it's a huge case. You can look it up, Google it. And so one of the things that we're really doing is trying to address each of those areas to make sure that we're on top of it, so that all our students can learn the best and receive all the services that they need so that they can do the best they can. So
I'd like to add something to that. One of the things that I always often mention, and in this case of Yazi Martinez, is about inadequacy and inadequacy of funding, because that's really what drives education all across this country, is the money that is generated, the revenue that is generated for these students, how it pays for the teachers, the buildings, facilities, the opportunity. And with some of the decisions that have come out from the state legislature, those decisions have directly impacted what we can deliver to the students. And quite frankly, in some cases, what quality of education we can or cannot provide. And I always like to use the example of Yazi Martinez, and I mentioned it Monday publicly, was that there's a lot of people who say that money itself does not solve the problem. You just can't take a bucket of money and dump it on the problem and expect it to be solved. And that's what the state of New Mexico did. They gave the schools approximately a little over $400 million and said, we're done, and walked away. Well, the courts have said on a couple occasions already, no, you haven't fixed the problem. So I take that and I look at it, and I look at CCSD and the loss of revenue that we've had as a school district since, the loss of students, quite frankly, since 2018, 2019. We've lost approximately 2,124 students since then. And today, that equates to a total of just under $40 million that we are doing without this year. Because there's a number that's attached to each student, and that's a little over $19,000. And you just multiply those two numbers together, and you're under $40 million. And again, that money doesn't solve the problem, but what it does for us is it helps create opportunity to provide to our students. And the more you limit that, the less we can provide and the less we can give, and it affects the quality as well too. So I just want you all to know that and understand that the five of us up here, we have to make some very hard decisions, and to know that in some situations where we're hamstrung by the state legislature and their decisions, or the governor and her decisions, or their decisions, whatever it is, but we're trying to do the best that we can with what we have, and that's really what our charge is responsibility of the education for the students in this building, in these communities, and we just appreciate, and quite frankly, I'm tickled to death with the support that you guys have here, and you guys prove it with your rugby team, even in Newcomb with the FFA, the quality of support that you're getting, that is huge, because that's helpful to these kids. So to all of you that do that, keep doing it and try to get more support from within your community to do that. And again, just know and understand that the five of us up here are trying to do with what we can within the limited means that we have as well too. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
I'd like to thank all of you. How my daughter was taught at the school, and where we come from, they went to school there. I'm originally from Tohatchi and Naschitti.
Oh, okay.
So we moved out here. After we moved out here, their grades shot up.
Wow.
And we're real proud of it. You know. So I'd like to thank the superintendent and all the school board of what you guys are doing for the school here in Newcomb. And I know you guys do a lot. What you guys are possibly do. It's really about how money is generated. But for real, it's the parents that make your student go to school and attend school. That's how every student here gets their money to the school. Go to school. I encourage the parents to let their kids go to school. Encourage your relatives, your friends to let the kids go to school. That's all on us. Sometimes we bark at the school board, superintendent, the principal, but it's really on us. And I thank the teachers that are here, the coaches. That's how I see it. But I thank you guys for doing that for my daughter. How would you say, my grandparents, my knowledge and my kid, my dad, they told me, man, I mean, you didn't ask your daughter to come into this world, your son to come into this world. And your kid, husband and wife, parents, you brought her in. To this world, she didn't ask you to come into this world. We did it, so we have to stand up for all the parents here. You know, as Navajos, to become parents, we don't say, let's go have a child. We just have it. That's how we treat our daughter. Son. I have 4 sons and 1 daughter. So we just tell her what she's gonna do. What we're trying to do. So those are things that we teach our kids. Discipline. I still have a belt hanging in the boss.
So do I, and mine are all grown.
So you don't want the boss to come out that wall. It's not my teaching, it's your grandma's, your mom's, your house. Teaching a prayer, teaching a culture, like no matter what it is, how to shoot, so there's no, you have your heart, your mind, go after it. I'm not going to tell you, no, God's it, because they're not trying to know. It's up to you, not to shoot. It's up to you how you want to do this yourself. You want to adult. And I talk to my daughters and guys, you're going way up east now. You're going to learn yourself. I don't want to try it on my side. There's the opportunity you're going to go. So they can share other students that are going to be seen up there. You have a coach daughter that's up there. They're going to meet each other up there and just have a good time. You need to learn these things on your own. I'm not going to be there to hold your hand. Mom, I'm going to be there to hold your hand.
there's a time to let go of our kids if they want to do. I want to thank all of you, the teachers, and then the students, the students that should go to school. You know, thank all of you. Thank you.
哦，谢谢感谢。Yeah.
While we have this many students here, I mean, it's not often, but take advantage of CTE, career readiness. We got a lot of programs. In fact, we had 4 students that took advantage of the CNA, and they end up getting their associates before they even graduated. And now they're working. So, and then they still have a chance to go back for a bachelor's, but take advantage of those, and that's what the state is really pushing as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Mr. Wells, do you have any comments or reports? Anything? Jared? No?
Yeah, if I could add some quick comment. So in one of these meetings that I was a part of involving Yazzie Martinez and so forth, one of the tables that I had showed that's some of the biggest gains that we've actually had in our district, biggest improvements, is actually coming out of this community, Naschitti, and also Newcomb. Newcomb Elementary, out of all the schools in our district, actually has has the highest attendance rate. That tells you that the schools in the area are having a positive impact, especially here in Naschitti. So when I was able to message the improvements with people that are at the state level, they were asking what's going on. I said, we have a lot of great things happening in our district.
Yeah, we do.
And we see it with the results, we see it with parent engagement and everything else. Thank you.
And I don't really have a report per se, but there's a lot of, I think you've heard it before, there's a lot of cuts that have occurred, federal cuts that have gone across the board. Things are changing at the federal level, priorities, they're pulling funds here and there, and we have 3 of the board members, myself, Mr. So, and Ms. Aspis, are going to be going to the National Indian Education Association. Just know that any opportunity that we have to advocate, that we have to talk about our area, the challenges that we have, the great students that we have, we do talk about that. And just know that we're doing everything we can to help minimize the impact to our school district. We have been hit pretty hard, as Mr. Montoya had mentioned. We got hit pretty hard, so we are always constantly thinking about how the changes affect our students and the families and our staff, and we really are working hard to lessen that impact by advocating for changes in the funding. So we don't take our position lightly. We really care about our communities. I graduated from Newcomb. I'm from Sanasti, South Nasty, Dayton, Nasha. And Mr. So graduated from Shiprock High School. All these 3 graduated from Shiprock High School, and
Mine's Kirtland.
oh, Kirtland. Hers is Kirtland. Sorry, Kirtland. Stand corrected. And so we're all from this community, and so this is where our roots began. Just to give some context that we're not from other places. We're from this area, and this is our home. So we're trying to do the best we can to protect our home. So I'll hand it over to the Superintendent.
Didn't y'all want to clap for that first? That was very well said. What I do at this point in time is just to list some of the donations we've had and some other items. For tonight, I'm just going to list 3 donations because I've also had a request that I was given a few minutes ago and then I forgot about. I want to make sure that happens while we have our folks here to satisfy that request. Now, the first donation was from the Gariai Tokoi chapter. It's to Mesa Elementary, to the Heritage Committee. And the chapter will be paying directly to the vendors in the Navajo Nation Fair Committee for the Mesa Elementary Royalty Pageant and entry fairs for the Navajo Nation Fair, the Northern Navajo Fair and Parade. So thank you very much to that chapter, Gariai and Tokoi. And I have two more I'm going to read. The next one is it's from Erica John to Career Prep High School for the Senior and Junior Northern Navajo Parade. A cash of $200 will pay for their entry into the Northern Navajo Parade as well. So thank you to Erica John. And a third one is from NTEC, Navajo Transitional Energy Company, and it's to Shiprock High School Science Department, and it's the purchase of a robotics kit for $1,500 for the Resbotics competition, which is a robotics competition, 25-26. So thank you to NTEC. We thank you for all of our donations and our donors. And the request I was talking about is, we had a request from some members of I believe from the rugby team. They would like to get their picture taken with the board members. So before we go on to the very next item, if the board members would stand up, and if the rugby team wants to come up here, I guess they can all stand right up in front here, and maybe we can get the board to come around.
Yes.
Jared will teach you, coach you.
Board members, I'll have you guys stand right here in the middle, and then rugby players, I'm gonna have you all on the side.
Oh, we're in the middle?
Yeah. You think we can actually go outside? Can we go outside and do a photo? Is that okay? Okay.
It was nice to take in the. Sharon, do you have any allergies? No allergies.
Really good.
The only addiction is that you'll keep eating it. Is it really good? Yeah. That's how mine was.
My hands are dirty.
Okay.
Oh,
That's serving food and
where at?
Newcomb, the Blue Church on the right,
Oh,
Progressive Church.
yeah.
Sharon, I give this to you. You could photocopy and talk here. Mr. So. All righty, back to the agenda. All right, number 8, executive session. A, convene an executive session, discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Wells, how do you vote? And I vote yes. So we will convene an executive session in that room over there. identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to
Motion.
I'll second.
No, we didn't finish. Okay. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Secretary So, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Wells, how do you vote? I vote yes. Okay, we're still having problems. Okay, number nine. Number nine, reports and no board action. A, school activity trip regulations by Cindy Theodore.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. So section 4 comes from our transportation policy procedures, and it works hand in hand with NMAC 6.41.4. So Section 4, number 1, it talks about school activity trips, local, extended, and unique, and those are just definitions given there. Field trips requiring more than 2 nights away from home or of a unique nature and destination or activity will be referred to the board for approval. Approval of intent by the superintendent. Approval of intent must be received before announcement to parents and students and prior to fundraising activities. Request for preliminary approval must include statement of educational objectives of the trip, a proposed budget including cost to students and sources of finance, an estimate of the number of students participating, a general plan or schedule for the trip, an itinerary, a time schedule listing time of departure, travel, arrival, and activities. Final approval by the Board of Education. Requests for final approval must be addressed to the superintendent, be submitted before the second Tuesday of each month for approval at that month's school board meeting, and include a detailed itinerary of the trip, including educational activities, accommodations, and travel arrangements. Planned adult supervision, a detailed budget including receipts and disbursements anticipated. Assurance that the above details have been provided to parents and that written parental authorizations for the trip has been documented. Conditions, the ability of a student to pay cost of the trip must not be a factor in determining participation in trips during school time. Schools may organize voluntary field trips outside of school time in which students' ability to pay is a factor of determining participation. Arrangements for supervision of students on extended or unique field trips are subject to approval by the superintendent. Written consent from parents must be obtained for every child participating in a field trip. Permission slips must inform parents of the following: name, location, date of event, cost to the student, mode of transportation, name of supervisor overseeing the activities, and parents' responsibilities. No student may participate unless a signed parent permission slip for the specific event is on file with the building administrator. The sponsor must provide the driver and/or chaperone a copy of the approved itinerary, including the routes to be followed and a summary of their responsibilities. The itinerary cannot change without prior approval. For trips other than inter-school, athletic supervision of 1 adult per 10 students is required. Coaches, sponsors, and drivers cannot take family members on activity trips unless they are eligible participants.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
just for clarification, do we need her to go through the whole thing verbatim for the whole policy?
No.
Okay.
We could do just the changes.
Yeah, because I just had a couple of questions regarding this, because I went through it this earlier today. And that's in section 2. I'm going to ask our general counsel, or I don't know, maybe the superintendent. I'll ask the superintendent this question. Section 2 under responsibilities of sponsors. I believe we made that clear in the language from that change that would be the principal or the teacher, correct? Did we clarify that? Ms. Chappelle?
Oh, my apologies. I thought you were asking superintendent. My fault. With the overall changes that were talked about at the last board meeting and part of the consent agenda, infractions on buses was clarified so that it would be dealt with by the principal and potentially the transportation coordinator, depending on what the issue was with a student's behavior on a bus.
Okay, so in this situation, where we're talking about the activities, especially like sports, that would obviously apply to the coaches, then they would be the sponsors. Okay, so the only real question I had was, again, was where it says, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th bullet point. Ensure that there is at least one school employee in addition to the driver on each bus while students are present. Now, obviously, there's a clear delineation between the employee, which would be the sponsor, or the educator, principal, and the bus driver. They both have very clear delineated responsibilities, correct? Okay, so you're nodding your head in agreement. I just wanted to make that clear because I know sometimes in our haste, we tend to, as human beings, let's say I'm the sponsor, I need to leave the bus, and then put that responsibility on the bus driver. And that's really not fair to them. And quite frankly, I look at your response, Ms. Theodore, and to say that's quite frankly not right either. So I think we just need to understand that as a board and as the administration, superintendent, that people understand their responsibilities and roles when they go on these activities to ensure, well, I'll just use the example of hypothetically there's 2 cross-country coaches, 2 baseball coaches, whatever it may be, that if one has to leave, one has to stay. That's really what I was looking at, and just to make sure that our coaches understand that, our teachers understand that, the principals understand that sponsor or somebody under their charge is there with those students on that bus, and not put that on the responsibility of the bus driver. Okay. As long as we're clear, I just want to me, that was the biggest question in respects to this, and I think possibly why that may have been a justification to ask for this, but I think the other language is pretty clear, cut and dry, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the board, but Madam President, that I don't have any other concerns.
Okay, thank you.
The reason why that's in there is because there were some trips that were happening where the bus came back with the driver, and the bus came back without a coach or a chaperone. So, and that was what was happening. And then it also says in the same here and also in the NMAC that the bus driver is not to be used as a chaperone.
Very good. I just want us to understand that because I know in the past there has always been that question. I attended, even as a parent, been chaperones myself, and so I know, again, that bus driver has their own duties, and the sponsors, the coaches have theirs, and theirs is the children. So again, Superintendent, I just need to make sure that the district understands that, the administrators understand that, teachers understand that, and coaches understand that. So, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So if we had to cite that, what would we cite it as?
On what?
I mean, for parents, if you had to cite that particular.
Oh, that
The verbiage, the policy?
Yeah.
It's under school activity trip regulation.
Section 4.
Section 4, under number 2.
2.
There are bullet points in here. It also says, sponsor, chaperone shall monitor all students to ensure that students have orderly conduct and discipline for the duration of the trip, including but not limited to ensuring that appropriate music material is not being played, listened to, viewed by students in the bus vehicle. So there, it's clearly outlined. Was there anything else?
No, that would be my only question, Madam President. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but I think Ms. Theodore is pretty clear, cut, and dry. So thank you for presenting that to us so we can actually see that.
I guess my only question, if there aren't any other questions
I
or
have none.
comments from the board, is that when the chaperones or the sponsors turn in the packet, are these, they're reminded of this? Do they sign this when they're going to go out and as a reminder that they're writing their name on there, that they're going to do all these things that are outlined?
Yes, our trip tickets have, at the end of the trip, the sponsor or the coach, they sign off on our trip ticket.
Okay.
Sign, and they put the time and date on there. Then we also have, in addition to that, we also have a trip evaluation form where if the coach or anybody had any problems with any issues or concerns with the bus or the driver and all that, they also fill that out too and return it.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So just one real quick
Yes, go ahead.
question. When they do have chaperones, parents, those obviously have to go through the regular background checks through the school district and get the tag and their picture and all that good stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Just for clarification. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
On to the next item, letter B, discussion on school consolidation, student count, and current enrollment. There isn't a name by it. Oh, okay. So,
This item was requested by Board Member Montoya, and I think we do have some information. I don't know if it's uploaded to board docs, but any information that you might require for the conversation, we would be able to present. We have directors here who do have that, along with Mr. Deswood. So I don't know how you want to start it. If you want to have Mr. Montoya kind of just bring it up, or all board members together.
Well, I'll go ahead and get it started because of the numbers that I cited, and it's pretty clear and evident. We don't have the access to the revenues we once did. And so therefore, if anybody takes a walk around through our schools, especially in Shiprock, and see that they're half full, and the student count has gone down considerably, and the terms that we've used recently is right sizing, I think that precipitates the need for the possibility of consolidation. And if we do that, then obviously there's processes that we have to go through to initiate with the Navajo Nation and the state of New Mexico through consultation and letting them know how the affected schools and the parents, the families, the students, how they're going to be effective, what needs to occur, how it's going to occur. So there's a whole litany of things that are involved in that. And I truly believe, from my perspective, and it's my opinion, that we really need to look at that in consideration to utilize our facilities to the best of our ability under the current situation that we have. And unless the economic conditions change so drastically that we get an influx of students of hundreds coming back into the community, that we're going to have to do that. And I'm not going to sit here and pick which one, but that's why we need to look at the student count. We need to look at the feasibility and the condition of each of the facilities, the size, how each is going to be affected, the bus routes, all those things need to be taken into consideration. So that's why I asked for that. And again, I kind of preface that in respects to when I spoke earlier about those decisions that have to be made by this board. They're not easy. They can be emotionally charged, but at the end of the day, decisions have to be made that are best going to serve the communities and the district as a whole. So that's why I asked for this. And if we have any, again, student count information for all the elementaries and what that can help give us a better guidance and to make better decisions with just the overall staffing and the students and trying to fill these buildings to the best of the ability that we can to utilize them to their full capacity, or at least somewhere close to that.
Is there any other comments? Go ahead.
With all of that said, I don't know if this pertains to State of New Mexico Department of Education, or I don't know where else it would be, but this, so childcare that the governor is talking about. And have you gotten any papers, documents, as far as from PED or talking about that childcare, that universal childcare, or the first state to have childcare?
I've got nothing from them at this point. I'm just reading the news about it, and there's board information we get from different sources, but that's all we've gotten so far.
So I'm wondering what those numbers look like, and if you know, we talk about consolidation and where if that happens, are they state depending, since these are state-funded buildings, on us providing that, or because it's all over the news, social media, and it'd be nice to find out where we are in that, especially on the reservation. There's not a lot of empty, vacant buildings, so it'd be nice to find out more information on that.
I would, Madam Chair, I agree with that point. And I would say, however, that when they opened that up, if anybody was driving around Farmington or even around the different communities, you could see the advertisements for the 3Y and 4Y pre-K programs. So there's quite a few that have opened up in Farming that are available, and it even says on there free. So looking at it from an educated perspective of an institution, I think certainly utilizing that, and if I'm not mistaken, this came up a couple of years ago when we were talking about the early childhood building in Kirtland and utilizing that for a pre-K program, and not giving that building away, but keeping it under our charge, looking at doing the same thing in Shiprock. But the reality of the actual numbers that are out there to precipitate full buildings is still going to be a challenge in and of itself, but certainly anything we can do to try to get kids in there. But also that's staffing. That's still taking into consideration the funding, as Ms. Aspis has said, and whatever the parameters are that the state is going to lay out, we certainly need to position ourselves to be competitive in that way to do that. So, but again, even just looking at it from where we are today, and looking at Shiprock and what the numbers are at each of the elementary schools.
Any other comments?
Yeah, when I've gone through all these reports so far on this discussion topic, one of the things that's missing is the current numbers of classrooms that are vacant in each of the buildings, and what percentage of the buildings being used. Because I don't see that, because that would also help answer some of the other questions I would have as part of this report.
So we can get a more current, accurate representation. When I know that Ms. Asp was part of the facilities master plan, and when they went over that, it was contained within that report. So I can get you those numbers.
Yes.
The problem I have with some of those numbers is when we talk about vacant space and underutilized or unused space, I think there's sometimes kind of a discrepancy, because what happens is, for instance, Sabata lost 6th grade, okay? But if you go into the building, almost every single classroom is being utilized in one way or another. So it may be that there's a coach in there or something, a reading coach or a reading interventionist or something like that. So as far as, I think we do need to go by the numbers that we're given within that master plan as what is a full building, what it actually looks like.
Okay.
That's what I was
We
gonna
can do
ask about. Rodney, do you have that information?
I prepared some of that for my report, Ms. Aspas. I do have some numbers, and I did have Ms. Ray upload the master plan.
Yeah, we have it.
So you have it.
It's
I didn't
Board
bring, I
Docs.
brought a copy of the master plan, but I didn't bring, but it is digitally in your report. You all have access to it. And my report does have some of that pulled off of that report with the facility conditions.
My question is, I guess with all that's happened, and then the fact that we couldn't get Newcomb, the new school, and that was a big portion of that 5-year master plan. And so I'm just wondering if it's still credible, that 5-year master plan, because I think there was a lot of plans in there, but financially, we're not able to, and I'm wondering, do we get a second chance at 5-year master plan, or is that only certain times, or?
It's a whole survey that's done over time.
Yeah, because I think financially, fiscally, we
can't.
We need to redo that.
I think that's a area we have to revisit, right? There's some other factors that are still, I think the NTUA issue still continues. There's other situations or other factors that we have to look at. That's an area definitely that we have to revisit in light of our circumstances, the area itself, the utilities, all of that stuff. So I think that's an area definitely have to look at in terms of feasibility.
Yeah, I think one of the other numbers to probably look at is what are some of the operating costs of each of your buildings for heating, electricity, water, and so forth. Because I think that'll give us a good picture of what's going on in some of our buildings.
Was there anything else? I guess for the comment for the general public would be, we are looking at all avenues right now. There's a lot of data that we still have to gather in terms of downsizing or right-sizing, as Board Member Montoya had mentioned, that there are a lot of factors that we would have to consider, and there's a whole process, a year-long process after receiving all the information that we'll have to follow. Once decisions are made, then we follow a certain step. So as community, our stakeholders, we will continue to keep everybody informed as we move along the different steps. So just know that we are taking all these things very seriously, and we're looking at all the options and looking at everything. On to, if there aren't any, Mr. Wells, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, I'm not sure. I think there's still problems with him.
Still in the room?
So, Madam
Yes,
President,
go
is
ahead.
that, okay, so he was getting up to do that. So it was a separate presentation, not tied to the second one.
Yeah, the second one,
Okay.
that's with,
That's just my own question. Thank you.
yes.
Because
okay.
when I look at this report, it says Newcomb High School is on it's number 2 in the state list. Is that, wow, okay. So in that respect, Newcomb High School is slated to be a new high school? And the same way for the middle school, is that correct?
I believe in the initial meetings with the state that they would be willing to fund a combination middle school, high school, and not two separate schools.
Okay.
And that's already been in the works some, but it got stalled out, obviously. But yes.
Okay.
What's the condition index of Newcomb Elementary, out of curiosity?
It's all right, Rodney's about to give it.
Okay.
The most recent one, right?
Okay, let me just we'll move on to the next item so that you can cover all that stuff. So we will move down to C, Facilities Index Building Conditions by Mr. Armenta.
Okay, so I guess I jumped ahead.
You did jump ahead. I was trying to warn you, no.
Mr. Montoya, based on this report, it looks like Najoni Elementary is higher up. Their FCI number is lower than Mesa.
Mesa's a very sound building. I'll take some. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Board President Haskey. Mr. Wells, if you can hear online, and Mr. So, Board Member Aspis, Board Member Montoya, Superintendent Carlson, and the public, and my colleagues that are here tonight. I gave to you a snapshot of it's part of the 5-year master plan. This is what I thought would be kind of most relevant as to what you were asking. It gives the square footage of the facility, starting with Kirtland Early Childhood. And at the time that we had done the 5-year master plan, it gives the total capital needs. So the first slide in the first page of your handout here, it's showing Kirtland Early Childhood, and it doesn't have the NMCI ranking because it's not on here. It's not with the students, that it wasn't ranked. But as you look at the facility as to how many square foot it is, the location of it, it's a 1-story campus, 259 square feet. At that time, it had 840 square foot of portables, a total of 1,599 gross square feet, with the occupancy of 65 pre-K students. And then it gives just an outline of the building, the main building, when it was built, and it gives a little identification of when it was added on. So if you move to the next page, it gives you a little bit more detail to Eva B. Stokely. At the time of this report, the capital needs for that building was $2.1 million, a little over 2.1 million in capital needs that was recognized. And at the time of this, the school was ranked at 433 with the weighted index of the PSFA, what they rated the index of Eva B. So it doesn't, I kind of would like to kind of circle back to what we were talking about the facility, the condition of the facilities and how they even come to that number. Looking at the cost of the maintenance, looking at the cost of replacement, and they use a formula, and that's how they come with the weighted index, right? Mm-hmm. So at the time of this, and you all had mentioned during the time when we were awarded the Newcomb Elementary School Board build, you had said it was number 2 on the state as being the worst school, but that was when it was awarded in 2019, 2020, and we're in 2025 now. So a lot of that has changed. And looking at some of the factors, President Haskey, that you had brought up, some of the other factors, Ms. Aspas, you had mentioned some of the things at Newcomb L. In the time now with the code and the building, whenever it was designed and it was approved, the building code has changed since then. So now we got to relook at the building code for the new energy bill that has been passed. So there's a new energy code that building doesn't fall under. So we'll have to have the envelope is going to need to be commissioned by another party. So we'd have to get the architects re-involved in that for the Newcomb Elementary School. And the Newcomb High School combo build was awarded at the same time, but that hasn't affected it because we were not in the design of that yet. So just to kind of go back on that. So I didn't give you in the handout what I had printed off of the PSFA's website. The only schools that we have currently that are in the top 150 worst schools in the state, out of a recognized 634 schools are on their list. And I'll get you copies of this as well. I believe you uploaded the index. It's in there. I highlighted some of our schools because it's every school ranking in the state. So if we get down to the 150th school in the 150, man, I don't have my glasses, 158 is Kirtland Central High School. So that would be the next worst school other the ones than we've already been awarded. Kirtland Central High School is 156 on the list. And as I go down, Central Consolidated School, Ojo Amarillo is at 285. Mesa Elementary School is at 298. We have Kirtland Elementary School is at 317. And Nijoni Elementary is at 354. Kirtland Middle School is at 394. Eva B. Stokely is at 407. Career Prep High School is at 452. And Naschitti Elementary is 517. And Judy Nelson is number 588 out of 634 schools that have been had a FMAR rating associated to them. And on that report, it does give a percentage. So just looking at Judy Nelson on the most current report, it was at a 30.99 on their, or an 8.01 on the weighted index. 8.01 for this school versus Kirtland Elementary, or Kirtland High School, that's at 156, is at a 34.27 weighted index. So that's the difference between Kirtland High School that sits at 156 versus Naschitti Elementary that's sitting at 517. And I have copies of this, so we could look at, if you look at your handout and look at each school in the weighted index of what's in the school, and you look at the size and the capacity, as we look at each school, and it's going to tell us in this report that I gave you, it gets very detailed as to how many classes are arts and music, how many are administrative, how many square foot, and if it needs a FAD, if it passed or failed. So this is some really, really good information that'll give us when you're looking at the school sites. And that with the most current data that we have with our enrollment and looking at the data that we have per school, there were a couple schools that were recently just had the facility assessment from PSFA done. And I don't have them numbers, but as soon as I get that from PSFA, I will email those to you so you'll have the most current. Because when I looked up on the PSFA website, and you can go on to PSFA and look under their reports and their history, and I pulled up a report that was sent to me by PSFA. It, as far back as it goes for our schools, is to 2017. And they are only evaluating these schools every 3 years, and they kind of had some areas where they missed during COVID. So we kind of got back on track when the state was coming back out to reevaluate our facilities. So the facility maintenance assessment report goes from a worst case percentage to a best. So the report that I pulled off the internet showed, for instance, Kirtland Elementary School was evaluated in 2017, and it had an 80.897 FMAR. And then as they keep evaluating our facilities, then it goes into the FAD, which is the Facility Assessment Database, and them are the numbers that I gave you on that list. So if you look at them numbers, everything that I gave you in the handout and everything that Ms. Ray uploaded into the board will give you all the breakdown of each school that I had from when we did the 5-year master plan and what the condition. The next thing that I was working on, because we just barely got the utilities into the operations, is to break out, like Mr. So had asked for, is the utilities. We don't have that. It hasn't been tracked yet. We're just compiling that data. So we will be able to at least upload that into School Dude, hopefully get it onto a spreadsheet soon. So we will have, right now, the N2A bills come as one big bill, and it just has a very small legend on the bottom. It has 1 through 5, and 1 is gas, 2 is water, 3 is wastewater. And you got to go through, and the bill will have a 1, a 3, a 4, a 5, and it just gives you a bill on multiple utilities. And then we're trying to break out the housing, the school. So we have we have a task ahead of us to be able to present you with that information. We've already started breaking out the repair costs of each facility, which we're tracking through our School Dude work orders. With everything that we have billed against the facilities, I just don't have that for this meeting right now, but that is something that I can have so that you all will have how much. I don't know if you would want it for the last 3 years, how many years you would like to see a trend of what it's cost us to repair these facilities. I know we have started from compiling all of last year and then what we have from the beginning of the year till now. So I could get that report as far as what the repair costs and then the utilities to go along with that. And then we're breaking them out separately. And then the third piece of that would be all of our contractor costs that we're tracking separately. So that would give you all the contract cost that goes to each facility, the utilities that goes to each facility, through all the utilities, waste management, water, electric, gas, propane, and also any contract services that we've had there. We'll have it all broke out to 3 different, give you a cost of each school, okay? But this is what I had found through my research, and what we had was, I thought, well, this will give you each school at least a snapshot of what it is. And then with the data that we're gathering currently, with current data, with enrollment and what the classrooms are, because I don't know what each classroom specifically is designated for. All I can do is go off of what the 5-year master plan said, what those, if it was a science class at that time, I'm assuming it's still a science class. And if it was designated an art class, I'm assuming it's still an art class. Because they will come to operations, they'll come to our and ask if we can switch or change classrooms sometimes, but we haven't had that. So I'm pretty confident that everything that's in this report is up to date as to what the classrooms are as far as being utilized in square footage. I believe with the index and how they come about with these numbers and with what we have, I think it will give you all good information to make, to see where we're at with each facility. Right now, this is a lot. I tried to condense it down because there's just so much information. But if you would like, I will print each one of you a book, and you'll have the master plan, and you can have it tabbed. Would you prefer that? Okay. Yeah, we could do it, because I was trying to get it for tonight, but we didn't have time to make each one of you a book.
Electronic copy.
Electronic.
It's on, and we have, if you prefer, it is electronic, so you all have it. So we're still following that, and we're still trying to adhere to that, and with the challenges of what's going on with how the funding in a lot of these projects that had came in with the capital side and the money that was set aside, we are just now steering those projects. I know we have a lot of things to do with these schools just to keep them, even though the Newcomb Elementary School was awarded in 2019, 2020, and it was the second worst school in the state back then. We've been keeping it together and trying, we are still currently spending money on it. And the thought was that once that school was ready, then the Newcomb combo school, then we would still utilize that school during the combo build. I stand for questions.
Go ahead.
The, what you just shared about Newcomb High, it was ranked 2 when?
So it is in the notes that I sent to Ms. Ray to upload to your documents. It is the 20 FY, the final NMCI ranking sorted by rank, and it includes the FCI. It's the very first page, and it shows a rank, and then it says a district, and then it says a school name. And 1, 2, 3, pretty close to the top is the 3 schools. It's Central Consolidated Schools, Newcomb Elementary School, Newcomb High School, and Newcomb Middle School that were all awarded at the same time, which is in 19 and 20. 2019 and 2020 is when they were awarded.
Okay.
I have a question.
Hold on just a moment.
Okay, so, and you're saying we've kept at 2 all this time for Newcomb?
That's just when they stopped ranking it.
Mm-hmm. And so, is Ms. Chappelle online?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, I think we heard Jeanette that one of the newer school, I believe Santa Fe, may have had a school built, and it was totally funded by not them. I don't know where.
Albuquerque, I think it was. Or
I don't, you may know more, and I'm wondering, since it's been this long that it's been ranked, Newcomb High has been ranked up in number 2, could this be possibly used as an argument to justify more funding or more of or increase, instead of a match, more?
Yes, Board Member Aspis. Actually, Mr. Armenta and I met this week on this very topic. And so we need to do a little bit of analysis and research, and then we can come back to you guys with more detailed information. But the short answer is yes, we are trying to do just that.
Okay, and then my other question is, when did we, or have we done so, not sponsor Dream Dene? Aren't we done with that?
2 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
It is in this report, in what I pulled off, they're still ranking it in.
No, I'm just asking, is Central still?
We have nothing to do with it.
We're no longer affiliated. They're
Okay.
supported by the state.
Okay,
I think it's just the
Yeah,
report.
it's just because it's a state report.
yeah, Yeah, I was just wondering if we were still having to sponsor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wells?
Is this ranking, I'm wondering, statewide, or is this within CCSD?
The stanky, the paperwork and all the information that I gave has been a statewide ranking. It is through the PSFA, and it is through their ranking system, utilizing their facility management or the maintenance assessment once they make their report. And as the assessment of each facility, like I said, they've been on schedule to walk each school about every 3 years. So if the school got an 88 in 2017, and then we walk it again in 2020, it may have dropped depending on how well we're doing our maintenance. It's a double-edged sword, because the better we keep up with the buildings, the better the less they ding us, the percentage doesn't change. So you know, some of the cracks in the sidewalk or the parking lot, they're like, you know what, that's gonna drop you. It's actually gonna help you, you know, so some of the ranking, it is all through the state. It is ranked through their ranking system. And once you get past number one, once you get into the top 100, then the state looks at saying, okay, we want to fund this. And like you had said, you know, some they're doing on waivers. They're not paying. They're getting these schools built. And so once you're to number one, then you're not, the numbers, like for us, it's showing that 19-20-2, that's saying the year that it was awarded, and that at the time of the award, the number following that is where your school is ranked at that time. So we have TBA that was awarded in 23, 24, and at that time it was 24. So that's another one. Like, we have, our schools are moving up on this list. Before we know it, Kirtland High School is going to be in the top 150 in the state. Once it gets so high, then the state starts looking and say, we better get ready to fund that school. It's coming up out of all these 634 schools that are on this list. They all just keep, as the maintenance teams keeps working on them, you're just jockeying back and forth. I mean, you might gain a point or lose a point, or gain 2 or lose 2, depending on how the facility, what is happening structurally with the facility. It just continues to just climb on that list. So right now, go ahead, sir.
If we leave cracks on the wall, it's better for us.
It unfortunately it is, you know, I mean, we have inspections by the fire marshals, and we look, and we come in as a safety team and say, we're not going to leave that. And believe me, I've walked these schools with PSFA, and they look at that, and they see the repairs we've done in the stucco or the CMU walls, and they'll make note, like, you know what, this is going to drop you a little bit, but we see where you're trying to make repairs. We're gonna give you a positive for that, but it's still going to hurt you, but not as negatively, because we are still maintaining the schools. So out of all these schools that are showing an award date and a number at that time, this list just keeps growing. And then as schools get built and projects then they fall off of this. And then they just start moving up. The next ones move up. So, you know, Española's got some schools that have been on there. That was awarded in 2011, 2012. That's the top of the list. That award was in 2011, 2012. And so whatever reason, they're stalled out on that, but the state just keeps up and giving us their numbers. We keep doing our facility assessments and our site walks and doing our day-to-day, our work orders, and maintaining the facilities. And then it goes into their rubric, and as the math, as it comes out and then once it gets, and then it goes to the PSCOC, and that's awarded, and that's where we're at. We're right here.
May I?
Well, I'm not advocating that we don't patch the holes. I just if they don't ding us for the maintenance that we do, I guess it's all right, because we have to maintain it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. The FMARs are punitive.
Yeah.
Now, going back to the funding of the construction, I believe that's kind of what precipitated the mill levy increase. Mr. Satania, would that be correct? for the state to, the increase of the mill levy and get us to a certain level that would help to precipitate the state providing additional or more funding for the construction of some of these facilities, correct?
Yes, so we just got the evaluation from San Juan County, and where we were able to bring our rate to is 10.1%. Hitting that 10% is going to open up the state's coffers to say we've maximized our mill rate. If we continue to remain under 10%, the numbers that we've already negotiated with the PSFA, for example, on the project with Newcomb Elementary, the negotiations probably wouldn't go any further because we've hit that 10% mark. Now we're at 10.1 and maintaining. We can now go back to the PSFA and ask them to provide more of the state funding. Bloomfield was just most recently able to do this, and they paid $0, is my understanding, for a new school. And the way they were able to do that is because their mill levy rate was over 10%, and the state is actively looking for school districts around the state to give this money away, and that's their benchmark that we're all figuring out has to be broken.
I remember that conversation very clearly, and it stuck to me because, as I've said time and time again, here at CCSD, we like free. And to get to that point, to be able for the state to do it, because if I remember correctly, also that the amount that you had stated in that conversation was they had $700 million in construction funds that they wanted to get rid of.
That was the most recent number about 4 or 5 months ago that I had heard from state officials. Now, I do want to mention that for Newcomb Elementary, as it's designed right now, because we over-designed, they are only giving us money up to the capacity that they think that we should have. Now, with that being said, if they said, we'll give you all the money, all the money that we can based on the capacity we think that school should be built at, we are still going to owe $10 million of our own funds. That's how much we have over-designed. Now, that number could have significantly increased with inflation, with costs, because this project has gone and sat there for at least 2 years, I think.
4.
How many?
5 years.
5 years.
Okay.
So those initial estimates could be even more based on that redesign. The state and the PSFA is not going to cover for those additional classrooms that we chose to add on. So while that project technically maybe could have been free theoretically with the state's open coffers, because of the over-design that the district chose, we are still going to owe and have to be able to show at least a minimum of $10 million. We set aside $10 million part of the budget that you approved last year. I had set aside $10 million in a reserve fund, a capital reserve fund, so that we're ready once the lease is straightened out and the NTUA is straightened out for Newcomb Elementary, that we're ready to show the state and the PSFA that we at least have that amount set aside. And then with the general bond election, if hopefully that passed, we'll have additional funds to support these projects.
Mr. Satania, is that money collecting interest or growing?
Yes, so I am getting ready, which you just approved at the last board meeting with Wells Fargo, to put all of our money into a sweep. Right now, we're sitting on a lot of cash. Some of those are in investments. A portion of that is in a savings account. Let's say $7 million is in savings account. I can't remember how much we have in investments, maybe 11 or 12. Now, the investments are growing, but we have a lot of money just sitting basically in a regular checking account, which is growing at 0% interest. So what you all approved at the last board meeting was to allow me to move all of our money into a market sweep. And the market sweeps are liquid overnight for when we need money. And rather than those low interest rates at Wells Fargo, which we all know our bank accounts and our saving accounts don't get that much interest, these will be invested in national bonds, liquid bonds that are paying 3-4%. So that money's going to continue to grow. I'm hoping to grow that money to offset some of those revenues, and there's no caps with that particular money to grow. If it was grant funds, there's limits. With the ed tech note, we can't make money off of that as well. So
the other question I have is in regards to understanding that the increase on inflation in and of itself, but yet let's just say, for the sake of discussion, the state comes in and says we're gonna pay for it at what the regular capacity be, not overbuilt, what we have, would that suffice or actually be less than what it would be for our portion of that?
I'm
of that
sorry, you're
build?
gonna have to ask the question again.
You know, where the state says, what is it, 60/40? What is our cost?
Well,
Mr.
it's
Armenta?
60/40 right now, but it
I
should be
understand that.
40/60, but actually the way it is it's 60 us, 40 them because of that over design. The
That's
number,
no,
the
no,
percentages
I
are
understand
flipped.
that.
Yeah.
Taking that in consideration, if the state says, yes, you qualify because you're at 10.01.
Yeah, and we
we'll
give you
fund
all
the
the
whole
money.
thing.
We're gonna-
That 10 million or 12 million, whatever it is at the end of the day, would that suffice to, or would it have been less than our share of that portion of the build?
Would
Paid for it?
have been less than the portion of our build.
Our 60% or 40%?
Board President,
Yes.
I think we're talking about two distinct issues. One is the match, which right now is high because of a statute that averaged the loss of San Juan Generating Station over 5 years. So that is part of our legislative platform to work on getting that eliminated or to obtain a waiver. And then the other issue that Mr. Satania is talking about is that we had, in terms of being concerned about dual language and language immersion, the community did talk about including additional classrooms. The board voted to do bid lots on that. So, and as Mr. Armenta just discussed, the code has changed on that. So we will need to bring that back before the board to look at some kind of new situations. I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want folks to be confused on that point.
Okay. No, thank you. Go ahead.
With that said, Ms. Chappelle, I wanted to question both you and Superintendent Carlson on the discussions that we and the talks that we have had and on Yazi Martinez. And we just expressed that at the beginning of this meeting on how important it is for us. And I believe both Carlson and yourself know the board's vision on that. And so with these discussions and then it being said that we over-designed, where is the counter? Where is the talks about, well, the local control, this is not a over-design mainly by the board, but it was the wants, the needs of the community that the school's gonna be in. And especially with being compliant with Yazi Martinez, they want to use those that over-design for bilingual and culture or ICO, or that's what was expressed before. And I support that as a board member. And I hope when we have these discussions that that's what's being brought out as well from the superintendent and even our board attorney. And I don't know. I just don't see people being tough. We didn't
agree.
create this crisis here. We didn't create it. we had since 2019, 2020 to do something. I don't know why that wasn't done then, but you hear of waivers in districts that can pretty much, they're not in the same financial situation as we are, but they're getting waivers. And no arguments used for, you know, as we've been saying, Yazzie Martinez. And so I want to stick to that, because that's, in the end, that school is being built for the people here in this community. And that's their way of complying or, you know, teaching our youth their language, their culture. So I don't look at it as an over design. I look at it as it's the want and needs of the community.
I agree. Yep.
Thank you.
On that note,
Did you need to respond to that? Sorry.
Michelle, hold on just a moment. On that note, wasn't there a grant for the immersion program? I mean, that was really, as Ms. Aspis stated, the needs of the community, and it was in line with a grant that was going to support 2 classrooms, 2 immersion classrooms. Am I correct, or where it was something to that effect? And it was 60-40 without this concept of over design. It was already 60-40 without that. So for clarification's sakes, I think that needs to be clearly said. And as Ms. Aspis pointed out, it was for the immersion program, so our students can learn Navajo, learn their culture, starting from pre-K, K, going up. Was there anything else, Mr. Morita?
Board
President.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I just wanted to respond because Board Member Aspis did call from me and the superintendent to respond. Is that all right with you?
Sure,
Yes.
yes.
So, absolutely. I think perhaps what Mr. Satania was getting at was the state's definition of what's above adequacy. And certainly communities all across the state and school districts all across the state build buildings up to above adequacy. Lots of schools throughout our state are above adequacy. And so, like you all have just talked about, that is a community and board decision. And so, absolutely correct about those extra classrooms being for an intended purpose. And absolutely, when we're talking to state officials about negotiating a waiver, which Mr. Satania has put us in a good position to get with the mill levy rate, we bring up Yazzie Martinez, we bring up historic inadequacy of funding for our school district, and especially the Newcomb area, Newcomb Naschitti area. So yes, I just wanted to say absolutely, that is very much a priority for myself and in my conversations with Mr. Carlson as well.
Thank you, thank you.
If I could add to that, Ms. President Haskell?
Yes, please.
I just want you all to know that with the conversations that I've had with Mr. Carlson and with Mr. Satania, that this project is on the top of our priority list. I want to see nothing more than to get this done. No excuses as to why it hasn't been done, but I want to get it done. I would love to see this through, to see it completed. And I've heard the conversations of that it's just all talk, it's never going to happen. I want to see this. I want to be a part of it. Whatever team we got to assemble, whoever I've got to get myself in, and the help and the people that can get this moving forward. and what the vision and what the plans was for the school and how it's gonna be built, we need to move forward. That's my goal, and that's the conversations we're having. Ms. Chappelle was very instrumental in the conversation we had with the architect, who is one of the only members of the original design team that's left from the concept of this build. He's one of the original members that was involved with the build, the design of this school. So I'm gonna rely on him heavily. I wanna rely on our team. I know that there's a lot of rooted stuff into this, that it's something that Central needs to do, and we need to move it, and we wanna do it. And so from this point forward, whatever I need to do to help, whatever we gotta do to take the hold of this and move forward to help do this, then I want to make sure that I have the right team, and that's what I'm doing, is surrounding myself with good, knowledgeable people.
And
Go
may I?
Yes.
And I believe, there at ASBO, we were talking about that, and when we were passing by each other, and, you mentioned the new building codes, and I believe, I think it was from you, you were saying that they're even requiring still electric vehicle charging stations.
All the energy.
And that is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I wonder, Ms. Chappelle, again, going back to that local control, those dollars could be used elsewhere, and instead of, we know that construction and let alone copper wiring, you know, I'm sure is 3 times what it used to be. And so, it's details like that we should be talking about, you know, not allowing them to fit us their type of school or their type of what they want to see us in, because we keep talking about local control, and in the end, the community is the one that's going to be using this, and I can just see that charging station. And I even talked to, who was the guy, Tillery with the buses, and he laughed and he says, I can just see that the copper being robbed. Yeah.
Can I add one more point?
Go ahead.
So we can finish this. One of the considerations 5 years ago when we first started talking about and accepting the conceptions and starting the process of the building for the elementary, and it was just on the cusp of this, was the water line. And now people have noticed the transmission line. And then now the acceptance of the design phase for the rail. And that, from my understanding of the report, that they're approved 30% of the design phase already, and it's going to run, hopefully, parallel to 491. And so anything that we've talked about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, with respects to what was occurring, can honestly, in my humble opinion, and to the state's position of right sizing or adequacy, how the hell we know it's going to be adequate in the next 5 to 10 years with the addition of the rail and the transmission and the water line and what it's going to do to this area and this corridor? So we could be right sizing anyway with what we've accepted and taken upon ourselves to build for the community. Because who's to say that's not going to change precipitously over the next 5 to 10 years with the increase in influx of people back into this area because of that water line specifically, and the transmission line and the rail. So quite frankly, as I accepted then that we do that and build to that, and then so be it. It is what it is, and we just need to move forward.
Yep. Well, I appreciate the update. If you could keep us informed of how it's progressing. and then the challenges, and we can figure that out as the board. We're heavily invested in that, the progress, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you for your time.
All right, number 10, reports and possible board action. A, consideration and possible board action on renewal of ESS contract by Ms. Amron, sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. Good evening, Board, Administration. Dr. Bitsoy, thank you so much for hosting us this evening. Thank you for the lovely meal. Before we get started, I'd like our ESS friends to come up, and they've graciously waited all evening, so come on up and say hi.
Aw, appreciate it.
Great to be here, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I'm Joseph Fitzgerald with ESS. I'm good to work with this awesome team.
Yeah, Diana, sorry if I'm running out of breath. I've been under the weather, so excuse me for breathing constantly. But I am your accounts manager. I met you guys at the mid-year, and I just wanted to say we're doing awesome since I've gotten on. Fill rates have been at 97% more than last year. Our first issue was when I got on was there was not enough subs out here in the rural area, and I've gotten to work on that. We've got a lot of more fills out here to Newcomb, to Naschitti, and doing that. So you guys did take about 15 of my subs, my awesome subs. They're now long-term here, or they've been hired on by you guys, a district, so yay. And then as now my current project has been for the SPED, the high needs. I've hired a lot more that can fill those positions, so we have more of those going on. And they've been at, like I said, 97% fill rate. The Tuesdays are your highest fill rates. Fridays, of course, are hard, but it's Friday. Everybody likes their 3-day weekend. Other than that, I've been doing a lot better since we've gotten on. I've hired more bilingual, more, like I said, for the SPED has been my highest concentration. Just everything that looks a lot more cleaner now, some compared to 6 months ago when I first got here. But other than that, we're doing good with ESS. But yeah, that's probably about how much I have now. Any questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, attending ASBO, I got to know what RECA is and what services they provide. And I think they're more, as far as that training goes, classroom management, child psychology, things like that. They're those people, I'm not going to say all, but you know, they do tend to have that, and or they get people that do have that. And so I'm not going to say that you're not qualified, but I know that years we've had your services, but I'm going to ask Superintendent Carlson that the I'm not going to say the reduction, but some of our employees that weren't is there a way that they can be used through not necessarily ESS, but you know, back into in a different job description?
The short answer is that yes, we could perhaps hire employees that are no longer employed by ESS, but they would have to go through whatever hiring process.
I'm trying to be careful with my words, let go
understand.
or not renewed, or I don't know, but, I'm just wondering, you know, that a lot of them gave a lot of years, so I'm just wondering if we could use them as subs, or, give them that opportunity first. I don't know, so that.
Board President?
Go ahead.
So with restructuring, any restructured employee is allowed to apply for other positions.
Okay, thank you.
None of those folks were terminated for cause.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to be careful, I didn't know what.
You just need to eat your food.
Is there any other introductions? Did you?
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I'm Rose's colleague. I'm kind of copy-paste, but in a different district as an account manager. Thank you all for having us here, and thank you for hearing us in our presentation today. But my name is Rachel Eldridge, and nice to meet you all.
Okay, so I am going to presume that you all have seen the contracts. You want me to just hit the changes?
May I ask another question?
Go ahead.
So, ESS, is that in Farmington, Bloomfield, Aztec too?
No.
Just here?
We're also in Gallup.
Gallup?
Cebolla County, Santa Fe.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So changes?
Yes.
All right. It's pretty easy. So if you go to page 3, number 4. Sorry, wrong page. Page 5, I'm sorry, page 5, 4.21. So we added in some language, quite a few bullet points there, specific to providing office space for ESS. So it just lines it out right there. And that is, other than updating the terms of the agreement, that's really the only change. So we spelled out in the 4.21 what it would look like for ESS coming in and using office space there in the administration building.
Any other changes?
The dates, the term of the contract on page 7, number 7. The term, just updating it from July 1, 25 through June 30, 2026, to automatically renew on a yearly basis for 2 years after July 30th, 2026. So shooting out to 2028.
My question, may I?
Go ahead.
My question is, Superintendent, did board attorney look at this?
Did the board attorney look at this?
An attorney, not the board attorney. The attorney that
Would
administration
you like the
uses.
board attorney to look at it as well?
Yes.
Have you looked at it, board attorney?
I have not, no.
I mean, it's been on board docs since Monday.
The final version, I think, just yesterday. We had a few little updates, but since yesterday, this version.
When was, Tanya, I'm sorry, Miss Emmeline, do you remember when the last RFP was?
No, I was looking around for Christy Walters. No, I don't.
My recommendation is that, and I apologize for, the folks from ESS having to stay late, but I do want to know when the last RFP was, because we are modifying term So I just want to make sure we are okay on the RFP situation.
We might have an answer.
So the original agreement when we started working in here was in April of 2019, and we used a TIPS purchasing consortium, which ESS responded to the RFP of that purchasing consortium. So that's the original RFP that you're working off of under an organization called TIPS.
So that is a 6-year-old RFP.
Yeah.
So I just want to talk to our procurement expert on that and
Yeah.
just make sure we're okay with that.
And we have options there too. There's we participate in 4 different ones: PCA, 1 GPA, TIPS, and also Equalis. So we could also, that'd be another option. We would be open to going to any one of those. And some of those will be more recent RFPs.
But those are RFPs with other districts or our district?
They're purchasing consortiums that are recognized in all 50 states that we did RFPs on.
I see. So board president, board members, my recommendation is that we have a conversation with our procurement expert just to make sure we are still within that original RFP window before you vote on this.
Okay. So we'll, go ahead.
So being with TIPS is an RFP process that's through that organization with the state. So procurement code actually doesn't require us to go to a formal bidding process or RFP process if it's through a TIPS contract. That RFP process has already been established. As long as they maintain.
We are now having a legal conversation with legal advice to the board. So if we're going to do that, we need to go into executive session because the board doesn't have enough information right now.
So we should pull this table this item. Okay.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, because I believe if it's the intent of the board to make sure, again, as I've said before, dot the i's, cross the t's, not once but twice. And again, it just may be a simple, very easy read through. And if it is, then fine, we can proceed. But we just want to make sure.
Okay.
And that's our prerogative, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we will table this. How does that work?
Thank you.
Just table, okay, thank you. If, as long as our board, if can ensure that our legal
Yes.
board attorney can review that. I need a motion to table that item.
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis?
To table?
To table.
Table.
Yes.
Secretary So?
I think it's okay.
So vote.
Oppose.
Okay, Vice President Wells?
Table.
And I vote to table also. Did you get the vote? Okay, thank you. Then on to the next item, B, consideration possible board action to combine the work session and regular school board meeting for October 16, 2025. 3 of the board members will be at the National Indian Education Association October 7th through October 12th, so it would require either moving the meeting or all of us being online, or if we opt to combine the work session with the regular board meeting, what is the board's decision? Do you vote?
Combine.
Combine.
Okay.
I
Can
make the motion to approve the action item, combine.
Okay, do I have a second?
Amend that to have it up in Spokane. Just joking, I'm only joking.
Do I have a second to combine the board meetings for next
I
month?
gave you a second already.
Okay, Thank you. Vote, Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Reluctantly, because I'm not going, yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
It doesn't matter, I mean, we do have Zoom,
Yes.
but it doesn't matter, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
not a yes or
Secretary
no.
So, how do you vote? You.
Yeah. Yes.
He's already up there.
Vice President Wells, how do you vote?
To combine.
Okay, and I vote to combine yes. So we will have our next board meeting on October 16th. Last item 11, request action items and/or reports for next future meetings. A, possible items for next meeting.
Yes.
I would just like to ask, since we're at a continuation on the right sizing and facility use of the buildings, is to look at the efficiency and effective use of those buildings at all the schools, especially in Shiprock. Student counts, how many empty rooms, even if they are used for special programs. Because for me, in my opinion, that falls under efficiency and effective use. But any data that we can have that would help us make a very judicious decision in what we need to do with these facilities and these buildings to better serve our students.
Go ahead.
May I suggest on that, I don't know if we can redo it but to start early on that combined meeting,
Start earlier.
maybe at 4. Because there's probably school.
Okay, so what's the location?
Oh,
Okay, so I would need another motion, is what Sharon said, to move the time from 5:30 to 4.
or even 4:30.
With all due respect, you don't have to do that because there's no action to be taken on it. Because if you note it 72 hours ahead of time, or even the week, the 10 days, then you're good. You just got to make a decision to do it.
Okay, so what time do you prefer, 4 o'clock or 4:30? Is the board,
It doesn't matter to me, but I know it's going to take some time. So if we did 4 o'clock, but that's going to be 3 your time out there on the West Coast as well. So
no, that's the 16th, October 16th.
Meeting.
Oh, the combined meeting? I'm sorry, my bad. See? Yeah, I'd say start at 4.
At 4?
4.
Okay. Mr. Wells, how do you feel about, are you okay with starting the meeting at 4 o'clock on October 16th?
4 seems kind of early. I would go 4:30 or 5.
What say you, Mr.?
4:30.
4:30? Are you guys okay with 4:30? Okay.
4:30 is fine.
So 4:30.
4:30.
So the meeting on October 16th will be at OHO at 4:30. Okay, and then B, possible items for future meetings.
And on that one, I'd like to talk about how we can use Starlink and offer it to our students as well. This is what I imagine in my mind. I don't know if it's a right thought, but have Starlink for the, like, say here, but all the students that are enrolled here, they will get it have access to it. Is that something possible? Or am I
I have no idea,
thinking crazy?
but that's something we could look into, and Amy and her department can check that out, and see what
Yeah.
we could possibly do, what kind of prices, freebies, anything.
Or even just the range, we don't know what the range would be from.
Can you research that? Or anything similar to Starlink?
I don't know how it works, but all I know is that it's a good, fast, internet or Wi-Fi and but maybe that's the thing to attract more students, is to provide free Wi-Fi. And I'm just throwing that out there. What if we can start kicking that around, and if that's possible? And like Newcomb, all the students will have access to the system, the Starlink.
Anything else? Mr. Wells?
I have nothing.
For me, can we have information about the 40-day count? Because I believe the 40-day count's coming up in the second Wednesday of October. So we would, yeah, we need to have that snapshot as far as like where we stand with enrollment and so forth. And related to that would be also the attendance rates. I think having like a monthly attendance rate tracker for all of our schools, that's helpful for us as a board to keep oversight. And I guess related to that is if there are any celebrations in the district for success in terms of high attendance rates and so forth, maybe that's a time that we need to start celebrating and recognizing success with each of our schools. And I'm not sure if the district has any like monthly assessment data that we could probably look at. Yeah. Like ELA, math, science.
I really want the information on where we're at, an update on the strategic plan. We were supposed to do it tonight, and I overlooked it, so if that can be added, I realized that after, so. So if we can look at that, and if we could get an update on the facilities, the building, to see with Newcomb Elementary or middle school, high school, that whole construction, we can just get a brief update like you gave us this evening. That would be great, just to see where the challenges are and what needs to be done, if it's up to date, and if there was a meeting that's going to be planned with PFSA, if, you know, all those questions, if you could just give us a brief update on how that's going. And I think that is it. If there aren't any more items.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Okay. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Secretary So, how do you
Yes.
vote? Vice President Wells, how do you vote?
Definitely, yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending and coming out here.